Hello, Mount FX. Do we zoom out? Is that what we do? I guess it's time to zoom out the code. Such is life, huh? Guess we can move these more to the side. We can overlap a little bit more. Oh, we already don't show everything. Honestly, do I even need these line numbers on the side? Like, do I really enjoy them? I don't really enjoy them much, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, I have the line number down below. Now I'm curious. None. What are the possible values? How do you disable line numbers on the side? Let's see if I pick here. Still context, cursor shape, inline diagnostics. Why is this here and not here? I don't know. Absolute relative. But what if I don't want these things? It's gutters. Diff, I want to keep. Diagnostics? Line numbers and spacer. Diagnostics. No, show me again. Spacer, line numbers, spacer, diff. Huh. Hmm. Okay, what if we had diff, yes. No diagnostics because I don't get what that's supposed to be. No line numbers. Maybe yes, spaces, spacer. Right, spacer ensures that the text isn't against. What's this diagnostics? It's just this thing. Hello, Clamared. Honestly, I don't even need that either. I guess I'll keep the spacer. Yeah, it's the dot, which it shows you a line that contains errors, but also you have the error on the right side, and like you can do go to definition. Like there's tons of other ways to see errors, so it's absolutely not fundamental. Honestly, I just gain some space if by doing this. I'm not even sure I want the spacer. Yeah, I don't even want the spacer. Oh, even without the spacer, it's not against the border, so it has sensible defaults no matter what. There you go. I'm gonna keep it this way for a while. And you know what? I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it like commented out, like the original things that if we need to, we can have it back. But that's it. Okay, so this is decent for iterating. Okay. So hello everybody, by the way. So what's the plan for today? Okay. Well, what you're looking at is new Zine. So it's my static site generator, in case you're not aware. You know what? Let's start from the start. I normally don't do that, but since it's a weird time slot, maybe there's people who really just don't know what I'm working on at all. So Zine is a static site generator. It means that you write markdown files and HTML templates, and then the thing creates a static website, meaning, you know, no backend, no database, just normal HTML files for you from your by rendering your markdown content files, basically. The reason why these things are pretty nice to have, even though they're very limited, right, compared to something that has a full backend, the reason why they make sense is because a lot of websites are actually perfectly, like they're a perfect fit for static websites. They don't need anything more than that. Case in point, you know what? But not this one. Case in point, the official Zig website or a personal blog. And the idea is that by having also an architecture where you write your content in Markdown and you kind of keep it separate from layouting concerns, because you layouts are the HTML templates and they're like in one directory, and then you have your content files which are Markdown and are in another content directory. By keeping them separate, it's nice from a like content production perspective, because it allows you to focus on what you're doing. I've in the past I've attempted to say, well, you know, one thing that you could say is, well, I don't need that. I'm gonna go, you know, fully. Oh man, what do they call it? Like, you know, those kind of diets. It's not just carnivore. There's like an even more extreme one. It's like it's not the right word for it, but I think of it as the caveman diet. They don't call it the caveman diet, but it's basically the one where you don't even eat cooked food. Which, to be honest, actually, cavemen probably tried to cook their food once they figured that out. So it's like it's the poor caveman diet, if you think about it. In any case, let's say that you want to go full caveman, and you just say, you know what, I will write everything directly in HTML. You can do that, and it works, and it's fine. The problem, in my opinion, from my experience, is that it is more productive to keep those two things separate. You should not be asking yourself questions about layouts while you're writing content, if you can avoid it. And I find that it affects me. Like, my ability to write is affected if I have to write HTML, not necessarily because HTML is vampires. Yes. Not necessarily because HTML is bad. It's not good either, to be honest, but it's not bad. It's because it's nice to compartmentalize these things. So that's why static site generators are a thing. So this is mine, and the way it works, as documentation explains, is you create a bunch of almost markdown files. I'm using a markdown dialect that I made myself that introduces new fancy stuff. And you have this content structure, and then that turns into a website with the same structure. Okay, so I implemented this originally as a build script for the Zig build system. So you would basically need to have Zig installed in your computer, and then you could do Zig build, which is great if you're a Zig developer. But static site generators are not meant to be used necessarily by a single programming language community, or rather, I guess if you want, you can make one that works that way. Now that I think about it, scripting languages kind of tend to be like this. Although like Jekyll was like this, but Jekyll wasn't meant to be used only by people that do Ruby. So long story short, what I did was basically make it a standalone executable so that we can get rid of the Zig dependency, meaning if you use the new one, which is not released yet, I'm still working on it, but it's pretty far along. If you use the new one, you get the Zine executable, not the Zig one. Also, by the way, it's called Zine from magazine or fanzine, depending on how you want to look at it. And the idea is basically that, yeah, you get the executable and then you run it directly without any Zig dependency. And I've implemented the live update server. So this was something that was needed. And so you can do, test and it shows up. And then you take it out and it disappears. And you might notice that it's pretty fast. Like I take this out, I put it back. Not bad, huh? Not even as fast as it could be, but it's already pretty fast as is. Hello, everybody, by the way. Hi, Bytes Watcher. Hi, Low Byte Fox. Okay, so what's my next move? My next move is to improve on the default website. Like when you do Zine, when you do Zine init, you you initialize a empty project. And that basically that should onboard you into using Zine a little bit, basically. So I think that we did a good job with home and about. Maybe about could use maybe a little bit more explanations in it. Also here we need, you know what, let's do the copy work. So here's what we're missing. So lastly, the sample website also includes the following assets. That's it actually in there. We want to also have a couple images, I think. How do we do this? How do we do this? Also, up here, we were using backticks. We should keep using backticks. They make paths look just much nicer. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can do it like this. Yeah, so I think we should change first post to be a directory. Oh, yeah. And second post becomes an SMD file. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm doing a big push, like a very big one. You know what? I prefer the docs wording, I think. Okay. Maybe we can put to-dos at the top. No, it's causes confusion. I mean, it's obvious that that's what you want to do, but yeah, it looks visually more cluttered. So let's not do that. So blah blah blah. Okay, I think it's time to make the blog for real. Let's go do that. Okay. So we need an image to put into Zine. Only one. It cannot be gigantic. And I think it should like kind of be fitting the theme. I think I have a skater picture that I got from somewhere. We can put Graph Hunter. We should not put Graph Hunter. Let's ignore Tesla for a moment. Yeah, I have a bunch of random files. I'm pretty sure I downloaded it. Where did I put it? I don't want date modified. Actually, one date created. Okay, that's a photo of us testing the cinema stuff. So wait, this is the newest picture in here? Then never mind. Yeah, tons of clean shot stuff. Downloads. Graph Hunter, Tesla. No. For what reason are you creating this? What do you mean this? The static site generator at all, or the sample website? The sample website is what you get when you run Zine init. God damn it, dude. Yes doesn't answer. Okay, the static site generator. Okay, cool. So, okay, because if you don't qualify it, since there's a delay, I don't know what you're replying yes to. The reason why I'm making a static site generator is because is I guess basically I like static site generators, but I don't like what it's already available because they force you to put HTML in Markdown when you want to get fancy layouts. And I found a way of making this happen without any weird inline HTML or like complex stuff in the Markdown. Similarly, when it comes to templates, they tend to have this curly braced templating system where you basically manipulate the HTML as text without structure, allowing you to express weird transformations that you can even output malformed, straight up malformed HTML and not realize. And the tooling around this stuff it's like horrible. So I made an LSP for HTML that gives you diagnostics. Turns out it was the first ever LSP that gives you diagnostic that anybody made. Nobody had made one before for some reason. Like there are tools that give you this kind of information, just not language servers somehow. I also added fancy auto formatting, and then basically my templating language is valid HTML. It doesn't use curly braced stuff. It's a lot more sane. So I just want to use these tools to make websites. So what was I saying before going here? Oh yeah, we need an image, like a picture. 90s. Oh. 90s skater. Oh, so I did do this. Then why is it not in downloads? I would expected this image to be in downloads somewhere. Yeah, like this one is the first. It's a good first result. Man, this is very 90s. So that's one picture that we could put in Zine. I'm kind of new to programming. I've heard of LSP. I don't know what it means or is. I can give a quick explainer. There's multiple text editors that people use to modify files. The one that I'm using here is Helix. There's Vims, there's Emacs, there's graphical ones like Visual Studio Code. There's Zed, which is a new one that's becoming popular. You have Sublime Text. There's a ton. So the idea is that they want to, like, you would like to be able to use developer tooling that is able to show you when you have syntax errors, no matter what editor you have. In the past, every editor had to implement its own version of this stuff, but lately, Microsoft has invented this thing called Language Server Protocol, LSP. And the idea is you create an external program that speaks this protocol, and if the editor also speaks that protocol, then basically you can get this error reporting in your editor, no matter which editor you have. So what you were seeing here is this thing in action. I have an external program. It's a CLI tool that is able to report these errors, and then any editor that speaks the language server protocol is able to interoperate with my tool and obtain error reports from it. And it turns out that nobody did this for HTML for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so should we do this? Should we do something else? What else? 90s kid bedroom. There's that one picture. No, this one. Come on. There's one that is, I think, kind of iconic. Is it this one? Oh, this is... No, there's one that's like used a ton everywhere. Where there's like this kid with like some kind of baseball cap on his head, and like you can see a Nintendo or something in front. I cannot believe I can't find it. That thing is like everywhere. I remember seeing it like regularly. Also, this stupid website doesn't know how to fit in my frame. why? What's going on? Why do we have all these crappy results in Google Images? Oh my god! Now Google Images is becoming basically this. Oh my god! Google Images is just basically becoming a dumping ground for AI generated images. That's so dumb. I'm actually appalled at the fact that they don't have some kind of like filtering system. Honestly, if you want to make a proper differentiation, like if you want to differentiate yourself a bit from the things that are going on, an image search site should not show you AI generated images. Oh yeah, also Pinterest, man, that's another. Why is a fucking ad company that doesn't know how to do anything in charge of the internet? How did we end up in this situation? I know how we ended up. It's because everybody is gullible as fuck. It's because people actually bought the idea that that company wasn't an ad company, but it was. Can you remember? People used to think that Google was the AI company. Not only was a great technology company, but it was the AI company. And then guess what happened? Guess what happened after a while? They got they got beaten by OpenAI and then pretty much everybody else. Oh man. I don't think we're gonna find what we want. I'm not even sure if this is where we should go. Maybe we should go down the clip art uh, route. Show me the old. No, 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 no. What is this? This stuff is not clip art. This is like, where's the good old, absolutely horrible quality clip art stuff? Maybe we can generate something word art. Let's go. These things are terrible. Holy cow. Well, certainly in there's probably some discussion. Hello, Blurry Cat. You can probably make a point about like the general population, and although at the same time, that's kind of what you have to. That's what kind of what you have, so that's what you have to work with. But I think specific to our field, specific to software engineering, man, software engineers are extremely gullible. I would argue that software engineers are more gullible than other people, which is funny because, on one end, you would say, and this is probably another kind of interesting fact of life. You would expect, like, software engineers deal with abstraction and fiction all the time. We are fiction dealers, right? We are selling experiences that are pure fiction, right? This whole idea that, look, I have this editor and it's like, it creates this cohesive experience where you see this kind of behavior kind of hinting at the fact that there is a cursor here that you move around and you click and there's like different panels, but or the fact that we have different windows, right? but this whole thing is fiction, is an abstraction. Once you break down how all these things work to their tiny elements, you realize that this whole perception, like the cohesive experience that you get, is very far from the truth, right? Or like even the fact that you think that you see applications that are like updating in real time where everything seems in sync, while in reality nothing is in sync and everything has to be sync. Everything syncs like eventually, it just happens fast enough that you don't notice. And so we are fiction dealers. And despite that, and so you would think, well, fiction dealers should have a sophisticated and nuanced understanding of fiction, and so you shouldn't be able to sell them fiction very easily. But no, it turns out that it's actually the opposite. Software engineers are willing to buy fiction extremely easily. Look at stuff aimed at developers. Let's go to MongoDB. Right, I'm not gonna go on a database array again. Sorry, I promise. I'm gonna stop here. But like, there's so much fiction, so many lies in this website, or in general, if you think about the MongoDB history, and like MongoDB scammed people for the longest time, and it's not the only example. It's just a particularly, one that comes to my mind. So no graph hunting today, no, I promise. So, it turns out that it's extremely easy to sell fiction to software developers. And so maybe, when you say, well, then politicians are in a sense in the business of, well, maybe this might be a little bit, how can I say? It's a, well, let me just say it. Like, politicians are in the business of lying, which it's a bit of a uncharitable way of putting it. They are not exactly in the business of lying, but they are in the business of shaping perception about facts, at the very least. And so you would think that they are super sophisticated in their understanding of how facts are different from the perception of facts. And how these two things, the fact that these two things can be decoupled, that's basically the space of maneuver that they have to change things. And then in reality, probably chances are that no, politicians are not really super sophisticated. And just like software developers who are in the business of selling fiction, and they don't realize that, similarly, politicians probably are also in the business of selling specific interpretations of facts, but they don't realize that they themselves get trapped into the same mechanism, maybe even more than the general population. Something to think about. So, what is something that we can put as an image that screams 90s? Do we put this retro wave text? We put retro wave text in Zine. That's kind of it's not really genuinely old. This is more like a modern times have rediscovered the 80s kind of thing. Like a crappy word art is a lot more honest than one of these things, I feel like. Yeah, we could try. But I'm wondering if we're not like missing something completely. Also, let's see, 90s fanzine. I see some examples of that. Maybe that's what, maybe that's exactly what we should put. What do we want to do? So I'm working on the sample website that you get from Zine Init, and I need to put a image asset to showcase oh, you know what? We can put a under construction footer. Yeah, let's do that. yeah. Let's put a under construction footer. So yeah, I want to put an image in a post. to showcase the example, and I wanted to, to be themed. A night of pure energy. This one looks so nice. Oh no, fucking Pinterest. Yeah, no. Fuck you, Pinterest. How do I get real right click? Don't fucking joke. Wait, how is this thing not allowing me to right click at all? What? Chrome is moving towards a new experience that allows users to choose to browse without third-party cookies. Fun, super fun. Why is this here though? What is going on in all this thing? Let's see how good they are at obfuscating this stuff. Yeah, it's not huge. Opening new tab. Yeah, it's not huge. I think we want something better. Although, to be honest, it doesn't have to be super big, but a night of treason. Yo, this is a higher quality one. Yoink. Wait, it's actually JPEG. I don't. Yeah, it was. Thank you. So we're stealing. Are we stealing? So we're all in this, by the way. After this is done, like we're all accomplices. You're aware of that, right? Nobody say a word. It's actually nice. Okay, let's put this in the first post. Although, let me think about it for a moment. If we put this in the first post, maybe in the first post we should maybe put an image that represents Zine so that people can leave it there and say that in their first post say that they use Zine. Should we do that? Honestly, I don't think it matters much. And we don't have a nice image for Zine. I should at some point try to make something like this, but like do it myself and like for Zine. And maybe at that point we replace this and we put that there. Yeah, you know what? This is at the very least a nice placeholder. Okay, so Okay, let's do first post. Uh, this is the post template. Guess what? It does not exist. Is it called page? So we can do page, but we actually do want to use post because, first of all, we need to list posts inside this section. So let's go do that. So we have blog as HTML content, and then we do do we make it a div? Do we make it a naked UL? No, let's make it a div, not even a UL. It's fine. So loop for all sub pages. And here we say, yeah, let's make each one a div. Right. Each one? No. Just an anchor. Yeah. Although maybe we want this to be an H3. Well, we want it to be an anchor, that's for sure. But then put an H3 in there. I think the H2 H3 difference is a little bit too small. Maybe. Hmm. Let's make it H1, H3. I think I like it more. Oh no, but you know what? No, H2 is fine. Okay, let's give it H2. Fine. So first post, homepage. I don't know. How do we? What else do we do about it? It's an H3. You know what? I'm kind of walking back this decision. I think we can make it a bold tag, maybe. All right. Okay. You know what? What if I put here the date? Uh, but then I don't know how to format it. Oh, there's an error. How come we don't see it here? How come? Oh, I have too many servers running at once. But also, how come we're not seeing the error? So this was updating. Now we do see the error. But this one we don't see. It's a type of error. Script result type mismatch. Why are we not reporting this error? Somehow we are failing to report this error. Did I put the break condition in the wrong place? No, it's in. We're only breaking the case that we found it. What's going on? Sorry, I lost this one. Do you know if you will start a new project from scratch sometime in the future? I would like to be there from day one so I can learn a lot. I certainly will. That's for sure. I mean, I also don't plan to stay forever here. On working on Zine. Let's go to network. Let's look at WebSocket stuff. Let's refresh the page. Connection gets established, but we're not being told anything. So why are we not being told? I guess we don't set any rendering error. And that's why this happens. Yeah. But if we go here, we do store true. So no, the build does have rendering errors. We know that. I think we just somehow fail to find it. As we scroll through these pages, we fail to find one. That surprises me. Sorry, I need to diagnose this because it's weird. Okay, so we're gonna Zig build this. Oops, there's also something I need to do. What is it? From outer scope. Pbuff. Oh, it's the specifics of this. So like this, we do report it. Oh, we don't do a particularly good job, huh, at showing the line. Oh no, this is Garbo. It does show up here though. Oh, wait, what? I don't get why it breaks the second time around, but fine, that's on me. But if we do this, it doesn't show up as an error. So I guess there really is no error at all. So I guess this is a success that we're looking at. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this was the error. And we do show it, although it's garbled. I guess we should go see why it's garbled. Like, this genuinely surprises me. Oh shit, no, it should not surprise me. It's garbled because it gets interpreted as HTML. So we need to HTML escape this stuff. But that is entirely on yeah, we need to HTML escape this. Okay, so who does the HTML escaping? I would say the client at this point, maybe. So let's have the client do this. How do you HTML escape a string in JSON? Sorry, in JavaScript. Please tell me there's like a built-in. Deprecated. Encode URI. Oh my god. There's no. Do you, how is this possible? Who makes these things? I'll be right back. I am back. I have tea. Yeah, I went for tea. The fact that JavaScript, yeah, the light mode, and the fact that JavaScript doesn't have this stuff drives me nuts. What's funny is that we only need this. I think that with only this, we are pretty much good to go. There we go. Now it shows up. Okay. Um, so with this, we have fixed error reporting. I guess we can continue with our main quest. So now we put a string in here. Now it succeeds again, but we want to format to something useful. So let's take a look at the docs. We also need to redo the docs. We need to put a sidebar. Sorry, for the reference, I mean. Date. Maybe we can do the first kind. Okay, I think we need a wrapping div so that we can style it. And we give it a post class. And in this head, we say style post. What do we do? Maybe this is like date. Yeah, you know what? At this point, we don't even need the outer div. We just need to style these guys. This page contains errors. No page was built because of pre-rendering error. This page should show the exact errors in an overlay. If it doesn't work for some reason, terminal will contain all the info you need. Yes. And if I refresh, it doesn't show up. What? Why is this not showing up? Okay, this is definitely something that we should fix. And this is 100% an error. There's like no confusion there. There cannot be any confusion. So this is a pre-rendering error. Something is failing with the WebSocket, maybe? Okay, we look at serve. We are here. I guess there's no errors in here. Here we have this print. This is a layout analysis error. Oh, you know what? Maybe I got it wrong. And the place where we report these errors, I did not put the corresponding thingy. Let me copy this in case we need it later. Okay, we're looking for matter errors, page errors. No. Collision errors, template errors. There we go. Oh, yes, we missed it. Shit. This guy doesn't accept a writer. It just prints to standard error straight up. Well, we need to change it, I guess, to make it accept a writer. Yeah, well, I mean, one way or another, we really need to be able to intercept this error. Okay. I probably broke a bunch of stuff. Actually, do we have an arena? Honestly, if you have an arena, we don't even worry about this. But we don't want to put things in an arena. Never mind. Okay. I think this looks fine. Then we do it again down here. We don't lock unlock. By the way, this was a problem. The fact that above we did not lock unlock, there was a mistake. Okay, and then I did catch missing parent. Okay, so let's see what the problem is. Specific arguments found 3. Oh, this guy is still not up to date. There we go. Not the best errors, but at least they get there. And that's what matters. Mm, so what do we want to do for date? And then title. Margin top 0. Margin bottom 0. I'm surprised that this makes no difference. We do have the style, right? Yeah. Wait, this piecing is not defined by margins? The fact is this decided from? Oh, god damn it. So oh, it's the size of the anchor. It's the title. It's the H3. Right. Right. It's not the anchor. It's the H3. So it's like no title, H3, margin top 0. There we go. That honestly looks good to me. I think the date actually doesn't have anything going for it. Yeah, this is actually completely unnecessary. We can leave it as that. Well, I mean, okay, let's give it date, and then we can say something like slightly smaller text. Also, I'm seeing a terrible problem here. Why do we think that the homepage belongs to this section? Oh, it's because it's a post that has the title still set to homepage. I hope. Yeah. God damn it. Okay, are we happy with the blog? Um, okay, next. Um, it's not the under construction footer. That part was funny. I think footer is actually a real tag, and I'm not making that up. Sorry, W3 schools, I don't trust anything that you have to say. Okay, what's the most authentic under construction thing we can put? This guy? Not Git. God damn it. Yeah, sorry. Marquee just does not work. I can't even put it in my template if I wanted to, I think. Deprecated and unsupported. Sorry. So assets slash under construction on shift, GIF, whatever it is. So no, what am I doing? You don't close in images. Source equals that's not a class. Interesting how that makes the ruler minuscule and this dude gigantic. Like, why? Why? That doesn't make it big. Interesting. Oh no, it what? It has a giant. I don't get it. What do we do for sizing? Oh wait, no, people showed me. Wait, you select your text and then you do. Oh no, that makes it lowercase. How do you make it uppercase? Oh, yeah. Image first? You think so? I think the image last is better. We can try, but I think I like more the other way around. Okay, maybe make the image a little bit bigger. 90. Okay. One sec. I'll be right back. So yeah, I would say not bad. Maybe we can change the text site under construction to something from the image, but I don't know how much garbage you want to keep adding. I think this is already enough garbage. I would argue this is already enough garbage. Okay, let's give special. Um, let's make a different layout for blog posts. Okay. What do we want to do in post HTML? We basically want to add below the post a link to previous and next post. I think I'm gonna steal this from my personal blog. Prev next, if page, prev page, link. So this is my style of doing it. Let's simplify this. No this, no this. Something simpler. No outer span. Oh, come on, dude. This is not allowed. That's fine. Okay. And then basically here the opposite, well, the inverse in a sense, like this. So I kind of wish I could make this as a context node. So the problem right now is that given how currently the the system works, I can't put the if definition in line with the same in the anchor, which is annoying. It would be nice if I could do that. Um, no, wait, but what? What's going on? Why do I have this much garbo still? Okay, that's how it should be. One with the prev page, one with the next one. It should be next. Hello. Am I always streaming? I am programming a lot, yes. Okay, what's wrong with my thing? Oh, prev page, question marks. These are optionals. There's second post, but it should be to the right. So how does this work? This prev next needs to be a flex, I think. Pound sign prev dash next needs to be a display flex. By the way, I wish we had auto formatting for CSS, which we don't have yet. It's on me. I need to merge this stuff from that was worked on, but I haven't done that yet. So display flex, flex direction, row. Line item space between? No. Justify content space between? Come on, man. Why does my HTML not take? Oh my god, my CSS, because I'm a complete moron. Like we don't have auto formatting, but at least we have syntax highlighting. So, oh my god. Okay, let's see how it goes. Yes, second post, first post. Some margin at the top. And let's do it maybe even bigger. 40 margin at the top. Okay. Hey Enrico, 50-50 chance. So now we go into first post and we start writing something funny in there. You know what? This is no. I'm gonna cut this. I don't care. It's not important. Okay. What do we wanna put in here? I think the most important thing is the fact that there's a custom template. Super Markdown is a file type created for Zine specifically. Yes, it's what you're looking at. It's Markdown, but the front matter uses a different syntax. It's not YAML, and there's a couple things that you can do with some extensions to Markdown that basically you cannot use with normal Markdown normally. You know what? Let's copy the definition from Wikipedia. Can I have the English Wikipedia, please? Thank you. Non-professional and non-official publication produced by enthusiasts of a particular cultural phenomenon. Yeah. When did these things start? It's very old. 19th century literary groups in the United States. Jesus. Okay, it's old as fuck. Mm-mm-mm. Godzilla. Hmm. God, this website. Man, we are back in time, huh? Holy shit. Oh no, it's broken. The fact that it's broken means that we reached an unreachable code. Oh, we tripped this assert. We tripped this assert? How did we trip that assert? Uh, well, I'm going by the official definition on the Wikipedia, which says that you know, this kind of publication started in the 19th century. Like, I think they mean early 19th century. So if we go back, blah blah blah. Where is it? Origins. 19th century literary groups in the United States which formed amateur press associations, and I think they mean like I haven't read every date, but you can see here the 1940. So it's like 1923. So I guess you could argue that maybe I don't know, maybe you want to be more precise with your definition of what a zine is, and like talking in terms of like more modern meaning of zine, you say, yeah, these were yeah, you're right. This is 20th century. This did say 19th century, but it starts with 1926, so maybe it's an error by them, and they meant 20th century. The origins of amateur fanac from fanish activities. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe they just don't have examples less old. Oh, because of the 80s, 90s. Well, that's just how it is. Okay, so I know why we are tripping that assertion. The problem is that in set file we need to flip this around, and we need to say no, this needs to be different. But then in where we use it, we need to use it in a better way. So site assets, here we do one dot dot. In pages, if we do send file, we don't do it. Build assets, we do it. Oh, we do actually use the install path, so that's fine. Okay, let's see what happens now. Watch me fuck everything completely up. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's fine because we are doing the one dot dot in here, which we need to stop doing. Okay. Okay. We are back in business. Actually, I don't know which date is, when is this from? I don't know, so I'm gonna leave it vague. Um, Although this should probably go in style. We do this? Of course not. um, so how do we want to do this? Basically, we kind of want this guy to be flex. And you know what? At this point, I think it's fine for this to be like this. For this to be like this. There we go. Um, it's not text decoration. How do you make something italic? Font style. Hmm. I don't say the same, but some of. In the digital age, some of the cultural impetus behind this got redirected to personal blogs. And similar digital non-professional and similar non-professional digital publications. No, digital non-professional publications. Okay. Well, do we want to immediately go here? So let's see. God damn it! Why is my finger broken? Okay. Oh, come on. Expected one string argument. Right, because it's dot alt. There we go. I see we did it right. Yep. Mm, you know what? Maybe instead of a under construction footer, we could put the under construction image here. That would be funny. Honestly, I find footers boring, so I think it would probably be funnier to put it here so that people see it right away. So I guess where am I going with this? I guess where I want to go is um I don't know. That's kind of what it is. So I mean, there's nothing wrong in describing how things are, although presumably people who open this page kind of already know. So like the explanation is worth it if we do something with these concepts that we brought up. So I guess the next step would be to say, well, what is the effect of this? The side effect of this is that websites are kind of becoming a arid wasteland compared to what it was in the past. Although this sounds nostalgic, and to me, I don't want it to be. I don't want it to sound nostalgic. I'm not saying that we should go back. I'm saying that we should go forward in a different direction. Let's change this. What I want to say is this is not well structured. I need to restructure some of this text. I ended up writing a blog post on stream right now. Like I want to keep this general idea, but it needs to be. I need to shuffle things around because it's more confused than it should be. But I guess my point is, look, everybody wants to do social media, fine, but there's some obvious downsides to social media. And the idea is you should consider making your own blog post. Even if it doesn't give you the immediate dopamine hit that you get from social media, maybe there are ways of still getting that also from your blog post, but in a way that allows you, one, to keep your content so that you don't gift it to fucking Elon Musk. And then number two, um, you also get to look at things differently. Like if you live on Twitter, your brain becomes shaped towards um, towards expressing short, strong-worded ideas and hot takes, because that's what works on Twitter. And those things are not necessarily bad. They're not inherently bad. But if you specialize too much in that type of content, you become an insect, a particularly annoying kind of insect. Um, so don't be a Twitter insect. It's not for birds even. Twitter is for insects at the end of the day. And the same is also for the other, applies to the other ones, right? LinkedIn. Man, how shit it is to read stuff on LinkedIn. Everything is garbage in there. Like every single blog post in there is pure hot garbage because the language of the website is a disaster. It's like it's corporate. I don't know what to call it. Corporate wave. Should we call it corpo wave? uh, it's like Severance. So that's what I want to express in this thing, but I just don't know how to do that yet. Okay, I'm gonna leave this at that for now. So I'm not gonna touch the first blog post more. I'm just gonna leave it as is. And instead, what I'm gonna do is add RSS feeds. So we want to add RSS feeds for the blog. And then we have to add the devlog. We haven't done anything with the devlog. I wonder how this looks like on mobile. We should probably at some point also do a mobile pass so that it looks different, decent on mobile. Okay, let's add RSS feeds. We might need to implement this to make this work. I think I'm taking this out from the front page and move it here. Let's see if this works. This might be busted, so that's gonna be another good test. So we don't talk about this. Okay, we need to create the layout, and then I think we're gonna trip on assertion after that. Oh yeah, this is gonna be so funny. Ooh, sorry. One sec. I need to go answer the door. Okay, we have some stuff to fix here. That's for sure. Let's go do that. When we render the page, You can't put this stuff in out. It's not as simple as that. So render can't just contain out. It needs to contain a few things. It needs to contain like either errors basically or the other ones, but I guess I'm gonna put them flat for now. So it contains out, then aliases, and then alternatives. Oh fuck, wait. The aliases are fine. The aliases don't matter actually. They're the same as out, so it doesn't matter. We don't need to save them. The problem is errors. Or rather, the problem is alts. And it's basically the same for all of them, like in a like recursive sense a bit. So each one of them has out or errors. That's the idea. And it's a slice of those. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, we're going to root. When we say that we want to render a page, let's do this before. This shit doesn't even have a type. Fuck. Can do add field type. Is that a thing? That's not a thing, huh? I can do add field. I'm kind of dumb. I think I can just do this and it works. Oh, why the underscore in the names? Because there's a metaprogramming system where you can access some properties of a page from a template or from Markdown, but some other properties are meant to be private, and you shouldn't be able to access them in a Markdown file or in a template file. So you should be able to do, for example, here we're accessing the title of a page. So you should be able to do page.title, page.date, um, which are this title and this date. But you shouldn't be able to do page.debug or page.scan. These things are private. So I have a system that basically skips fields that start with the underscore. Or rather, sorry, I used to have that system. Then I changed a new system and now I have a system where I can explicitly mention which fields I want to skip. And to be honest, at this point, this could drop the underscore, but I still use the underscore mentally to consider them, like to basically mean that they are like private things in a sense for a definition of private. Would it be nice for a language to be able to specify this? No, because even if the language did that, that's an abstraction that I completely made up in my own. This is a thing that I invented in my own templating language, and it has no connection with whether those are private fields or not in the Zig sense of the term. It's the same general concept, but applied in two completely orthogonal ways. And case in point, I want these properties, well, the page properties to be publicly accessible in the source code of my static site generator. So making them private in there wouldn't make them private in the other one. And it wouldn't, I guess I could conform to these two things. Like I could make them, how can I say? I could find a mapping between the two and then leverage a language feature, but it doesn't matter. It would be just a slightly different way of doing it. Okay, so here we set p-render. Then now in worker, when we render the page, we don't set that anymore. We just apply side effects to it. So we're looking at kind. What's kind? Render job kind. Main or alternative? Yeah, I mean it's a reasonable feature to have. Zig just has a different philosophy around this stuff. Because in Zig, you are expected to be able to manipulate the data of your types in a much more, let's say, promiscuous way than certainly a language like Rust. So, yeah, it's just a different perspective. In this case, it's not really, it doesn't matter much. But yeah, I mean, I would say private fields, it's a reasonable feature to have. I think some people get like absolutely flabbergasted at the fact that Zig doesn't have that by choice. And I think that's the wrong reaction because it's a reasonable feature to have. But like thinking that, oh my god, if you don't have that, it's like the language it's broken, it's trash, it's meaningless. Like, nah, man, that's not really it. So there we set errors. Here we set out. No, that was right. No, this is more complicated actually. Wait. Although we can maybe do it like this. Okay, so I think I'm doing this right. Cannot assign to constant. Oh. Well, there you go. I think error is also wrong because with error, we have to do the same above. I think the problem is that setting errors and leaving out undefined is fine. The problem is setting out correctly and leaving error undefined is wrong. There we go. Okay, now we go in serve. And in serve, we say we need to look at the hint. We have a hint somewhere. Where's the hint? Oh, it's not here. Oh, no, it is there, is it? No, okay, there are two problems. One is, are we looking into errors in aliases? And the answer is we are not. Okay. So we do print the errors, and now we need to do in handle request. Yeah, here we have a hint. If the hint says page main, we do this. Honestly, we probably want to do, I think, this. If it's a page asset, we don't need to snoop into the page, but if it is a page, we should complain. Now, in the other ones, if it's an alias, we send page render out. If it's an alternative, fuck, we have a name, we don't have an index, of course. Hello, Temporus, good morning. You are right? I think so. Why are you asking? So you're streaming on Twitter. It says they have over 200 viewers. Hello, June. I think that Twitter. I think that Twitter is lying with view numbers. I think it's not showing you active viewers. It's showing you people who have triggered a play on the video because maybe they scrolled through the tweet that announces your video and played a fraction of a second, and so that counts as a view, which is interesting because you know that lying about view counts is one of the ways that social media became a bigger thing. Have you seen? There's a video about from the people that used to do college humor about how basically they went all in going on in putting their content on Facebook because the with all due respect morons that were looking at the numbers, so bigger numbers, they didn't realize that Facebook was lying out of its ass to show those numbers, and so they thought that they would get like an order of magnitude more popularity by going to Facebook, like by putting their content for free on Facebook. And that's how college humor basically died, I believe. I have the same time zone you have. Where do you live? I live in Italy, northern Italy. Daft question. Let's see. I'm being lazy. Is there a reason Zig allocators makes a distinction between single allocations and slice with create destroy alloc free? That is a good question. I think I don't have a fully authoritative answer because I've never implemented an allocator myself. So this is probably an answer that becomes much more clear if you do that work. But my hunch is that the biggest difference is that Zig allocators also want you to provide a length for allocations of multiple items. Which is very different from C, for example, right? In C, if you allocate, there's no distinction in C, right, between allocating one item versus n times the same item in a, let's say, in a buffer. While in Zig, you as the user of an allocator are supposed to provide back to the allocator not only the pointer of an allocation that you want to free, but also how big that allocation is. And that's a big difference in the interface of these two different of these styles of way of doing allocators. And I'm guessing that there are different trade-offs that come from providing a length or not. So I guess so long story short, a Zig allocator is supposed to be able to leverage the fact that the user should return you not only the point when the user wants to free something, they will tell you not only the pointer but also the length. And you should be able to leverage that fact to your advantage, meaning that you don't have to store that knowledge internally, assuming that it is necessary. I would assume that it is necessary to hold that knowledge somewhere. And so in this case, it's the user, in a sense, that does that for you because they have to anyway, right? The user needs to know that information to be able to use the thing. So it shouldn't be too much of a big deal for them to be able to cycle this information back to you. How does that in practice affect the design of an allocator? I don't know because I haven't done the work. Okay, so this is done. Are we good now? Yes. Now we reply with Zine. Oh, that almost works. Just only almost. That is pain. So this adds an extra slash at the end that should not add. That's pain. Convenience wrappers? Yeah, maybe. I think it's also nice to, well, I mean, yeah. I think there's some convenience also in how you express the type, maybe. To be honest, in the way Zig works is that if you were to like allocate a slice of one element to allocate one, then you would always have to index the 0th element of that slice to get the pointer to a single element back. So yeah, they also have definitely a, you know what, maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe it's also just a matter of convenience when it comes to the type system. Dot pointer. Well, but that doesn't return you a pointer to one item. That returns you a pointer to an unknown number of items. It gives you a square bracket star. Yeah. Unless you do fancy metaprogramming around the fact that if this is comp time known, then nah. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Well, we need to fix this link, which is broken. This is bad. Hey, still Tormentor. I'm wondering, will the x64 backend achieve LLVM speed performance? I can see why. In the release notes, the x86 backend says it's suggested for debug builds, not release builds. I'm not sure if you calling them one x86 and one x64. Okay. So the x86 64 backend is definitely it's not an optimizing backend. It doesn't do optimizations. So and it's designed for speed. I don't know if it would be the same backend that basically adds optimizations on top, or if it would be a separate x86 64 backend that that is, so a different one that does optimizations. I don't know what they will decide to go for. I guess you just, it's like a decision that you make. Like you could do it either way. Obviously, one way is more insane than the other. I'm guessing probably splitting them is a safe is what I would expect. But who knows? In any case, the point is the current backend is for debug only. So if you mean, like, I guess it depends on what you mean by LLVM speed performance. So just to be perfectly clear, the custom backend in Zig is meant to be fast at compiling because it's for debug builds. It's much faster than LLVM at generating debug executables, significantly faster. So that part is already achieved. Then, if instead you want to create if instead of creating an executable fast, you want to create a fast executable, then you need an optimizing backend, which is not what our backends currently do. There are plans to tackle that in the future, and there are possibilities that there's a possibility that Zig becomes competitive over time, but obviously it's gonna be a multi-year effort. I would say that LLVM is definitely beatable. It's just not beatable in a super short period of time, and it requires kind of everything else to have achieved a higher level of polish than what currently um, than where we are currently, because we don't even have backends for all architectures. So we need to complete first the x86-64 backend, then ARM at the very least, plus a bunch of linker stuff that I believe is still missing. So there's definitely work to do. Okay, a link to an alternative should not append a final slash. How do we do this? Yeah, I've seen that. I know that Andrew is working on this stuff. Well, there's also an issue on no, the issue on GitHub is not precisely on these things. But it's on related stuff. So yeah, Andrew and everybody else, they're like they're looking into resuscitating, reviving async await, but it's gonna be different. The design that they are exploring right now is very different. It's not single frames anymore, but it's more like fibers. So it's more similar to Go than it is to async await. Kinda. In any case, it's a very different style. And yeah, I don't know. But I would say that related to that work, there's also some very interesting stuff about tracking pointer interfaces. That part is also really cool. So the idea is, you know how allocators are a non-generic interface, right? And that in a sense comes with some downsides, because, well, the idea is that every call that you make to an allocator is a virtual. It's like it goes through a vtable, and then you can say, well, then hopefully the optimizer will know how to devirtualize those calls, and it usually can. Sometimes it cannot. It's up to fate. So what they're working on is basically a way of tracking this information, adding a little bit of syntax, tracking this information explicitly at the language level, basically collecting at the language level, at the front end, at the SEMA level, basically collecting all possible values that a given interface can take, and use that information to perform some analysis and optimization in a guaranteed manner without having to rely on an optimizer, and also getting some extra stuff out of it that relates to async await. Yeah, still to mentor. It's like you have to compare debug mode versus debug mode. So if you're comparing release mode LLVM versus debug mode x86 backend, then yes, it's completely an apple to oranges comparison. If you want to make a comparison that makes sense, do debug LLVM versus debug x86 backend. But also at that point, while performance in a debug build is desirable to some degree, it's also like less important. So, oh, sorry. Then I got it optimized to 2 milliseconds. Sorry. Okay, we're already doing this. So you were already doing debug versus debug. Yeah. So your question is, will the different debug backends be comparable in performance? Okay. I don't know. How fast is Zine's build time? Let me see if I can show you. By the way, I was editing. Hopefully it doesn't poop itself. Hopefully I didn't break anything. So I'm looking at the blog page. We're looking at the same page. I'm going to add a title here. When I save, when this box disappears, that's when you should look at, that's when you start counting, right? How long it takes for the things to show up on the other side. That's how fast it is. Let me tell you another thing. I have no caching. What you're observing, it's the thing rebuilding everything from scratch. Oh, you know also what I forgot to mention? You see this? This is a debug build. Let me make a release build. You see the debug build tells you that it's a debug build. Now this is a release build and it doesn't tell you anything anymore. Um, and let me tell you, this is without caching. We are rebuilding the entire website from scratch every single time. We're redoing all the work. Once I add caching, I mean, well, it's not going to be even faster because this already, like, from a performance of perception, this is pretty much as fast as it gets. I would argue that most of the delay that you see is actually like the web browser reloading the page. But the idea is that if we add caching, you will have this experience no matter how big your website is, pretty much. So you make a super complex website, and it will only do the work to update what needs to be updated. And so it's gonna be fast even if you have a huge website. Just to give you an idea, let's do hyperfine Zine release. Oh shit, Zine release poops itself. Oh yes, as I mentioned, fuck. There's a feature that I haven't implemented yet. God damn it. So I guess we can fix this temporarily. Okay, now it's happy. That's this relative paths and alternatives that I need to implement. Takes 2 milliseconds to build this sample website, which admittedly is not super complicated, but the official Zig website builds in 20 milliseconds, and that one has a lot of translations in it. You're streaming early to allow Andrew to stream later? No, I think he would in any case stream later than I do. I'm just streaming early because I happen to want to stream early, and also because I won't be available later today because I'm gonna have dinner somewhere else. But yes, so it's like, yeah, this is Zine. Welcome to the Zine experience. It's an order of magnitude faster than pretty much anything else in that same space. Andrew should be streaming later today. Yeah, I think so. Which, if you're European, that means tonight. Late in the night, probably 10 p.m. or something like that. I'm guessing. Command took less than 5 minutes to complete. Note that the results might be inaccurate because Hyperfine cannot calibrate the shell startup time much more precise than this limit. You can pass shell equals none. Let's go. We were getting bad numbers. So, yep. Okay. Ooh, also in the delay perception here, so Zine serve has a default debounce of 25 milliseconds. So we wait 25 milliseconds before rerunning the build. So if we do Zine serve slash hash debounce equals 0, which is a bit extreme, and that would cause extra rebuilds that are unnecessary, that even lowers. It's instant, man. Like, doesn't matter how you slice it, it's instant. Okay, let's switch back to a debug build because it's faster to make a debug build. Why you didn't have the bounce? Because otherwise you trigger a flurry of rebuilds on saving your editor, because your editor does, like 2-3 events every single time. And if you're on a overwhelmed computer, you basically kind of make things worse, because if the computer is already slightly overwhelmed, then you start having these rebuilds that like increases delay. The user doesn't know what to do. They hit save again, and it's like it's not a great user experience. It's not a bad idea to invest 25 milliseconds. If your thing is fast enough, you can invest. You have the budget to spend 25 milliseconds on debouncing in order to make a better experience for people who have a slow computer. Okay, back to the debug build. Okay, so we were saying we want to. Do we want alternatives? Do we even want to support relative alternatives? Maybe what we could do is just force all alternatives to be absolute paths, and that's it. Honestly, that makes things less confusing if we were to do that. We just say, no, the paths have to be absolute, period. So instead of panicking, we just make it an error. We just validate that and we say, no, it has to be absolute. You want to provide a PDF slash XML for each of your articles? Yeah, I guess. You saved yourself some typing, huh? That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay. Let's go do something about it. Also, we need to fix this freaking link. So wait, before we do this, let's fix this link because this annoys the fuck out of me. Wait, that works? What? No, that does not work. That does work. I think. So, and if I do this instead? Also, the fact that this doesn't trip, the fact that this doesn't trip the panic kind of weirds me out. Why are we not tripping the panic? In release, we are tripping the panic. Oh, we're not tripping the panic in the other mode because we're not trying to install the file. That's why in this version, we're not trying to install the file, but oh, I see. So the link is correct. The link is not generated with a training slash. But the problem is that we can't find the file. So the web server suggests a version with with an extra slash at the end. That fails. And so we get an error with a training slash. Okay, I'm actually kind of thinking that this slash redirect is not worth it. I might want to take it out. Because now that we have a more like we have linking infrastructure in place, it's not like we're gonna need it. It's actually deceptive, even. Okay, so this is the correct link. It's just that it's not found. Why is it not found? Because by being a relative link, we're not inserting it in the map correctly. So we need to insert alts in the map, but if they're relative, they need to inherit our path. I think this is something that needs to be done in where do we add alternatives? In analysis? Analyze page, analyze front matter. We're looking at alternatives. Wait, we don't add alternatives to the map here? We do that though at some point. Do. I said do. We do that. Okay, I need to think. We discover alternatives when we parse the front matter, when we parse the page, we discover that there are no errors. But we haven't analyzed this stuff yet. So in theory, until we have analyzed and confirmed that all this stuff is okay, that all the alternatives are fine, why? I think this guy should append this stuff to the page. Are we doing it earlier? Analyze for matter, analyze content. Are we doing this earlier? Are we doing it during parsing? No, we're not. Wait, are we just not adding those at all? Did I just forget to keep track of alternatives? No, in root, I mean. Yeah. So here we do some things. Like here we basically schedule their layout for parsing and analysis. Oh, here we do it. Get or put. We do it here. Why are we doing this? Oh, I get it. The reason why we're doing this work here is because there is one hash map per variant, and if we were to do that in a task where we analyze things per page, then there would be multiple pages that belong to the same variant scheduled on different threads that would try to touch the same hash map. So this has to be done in a centralized manner. Okay, that makes total sense. We just need to deal with this stuff correctly. Intern path with name. Yeah, about that. So let's do this right. We need to say if it's relative, we need to basically prepend the page path. But I think intern path with name, there's also path prefix. Intern path that ends with a name component, which will not be interned as part of the path, just as a separate string. But then we can provide the path prefix. And the path prefix is an array of strings. Are we going to have a problem with path prefix being part of this same thing? Ensure unused capacity. Oh god, this is UB town. This is UB town. I am No, this is not UB town. This is fine actually, because we are changing the path table. We're not changing the string table. When do we change the string table though? Are we doing a good job and not causing UB there? Yes, we do, because we do the mem copy before interning. Although it actually doesn't even matter because, well, no, it does matter. It does matter. Yes. Okay. So no UB. Oof. Okay, I implemented that right. So prefix is if all.output 0 is different than slash. Well, no, if it's equal than slash. So if it's absolute, then empty thing. Else, actually no, then else is page scan md path. In fact, the page could also have a name. And if the page also has a name, then we also want to put that in there, don't we? I hate this. I really need a helper. That I really need a helper for this. God damn it. Okay, BLK. Okay, so I guess I need the code that where we hmm. Okay, let's start with the simple case, honestly. p.scan.md path slice. Okay, that's actually it for the first part. So now that we did this, now RSS feed gives us an answer because now we have it saved down the right way. I think we're doing a extremely poor job at rendering this thing, and I suspect the cause is that we fucking up the meme type somehow. Oh yes, I bet you that we're doing send XML, send HTML instead of send file in serve. Page main, you do send HTML. Page alias, you also do send HTML. Page alternative, you have to do send file. No, you can't do send file because file ones are an actual concrete file. You need to do. We need to like add an option to send HTML to. We need to change this into what? Send HTML. I guess we have to re-implement it. Send let's call it send alternative because that's the only case where we want to do this kind of stuff. So we have the request, we have the source, we have the path. Path should go before source, and then we do the we don't do any injection. We don't do this. We also don't do this. This connection close stuff needs to go away. Okay, so what we send is source, but we need to set the meme stuff. So how does send file do it? Tag name meme type. Meme? I have no idea. Meme. If you want, we can go with meme. Meme. Send alternative if meme source Otherwise, send the right meme. Okay. Failure. Oh shit. Are we running out of space again? Wait, I think I made send alternative, but I'm not using it, am I? There you go. Now we are correctly sending it as an XML. Perfect. Okay. What do we want to do next? So we did that right. I guess we can make this guy small. So this link is correct. We generate everything correctly. We began fixing this. We need to fix it also at the install phase. Although this is not fully correct. We are solving here a simplified version of this. Okay, so this is the full solution, and that works. Then we need to fix installation. So worker. There we go. Alternative. If out path doesn't start with a slash. So let's see what that looks like right now. We get the out path and we do their name. We ensure that this path exists starting from the install directory. And then we create a file in there. Yeah. So basically what we want to do is say, if outpath 0 starts with slash, then you can use this one directly. Otherwise, we need to prepend. And that's going to be your out path. And we want to remove this one stuff, I think, because we want to, in any case, make sure that this is relative. Oh God, what was it? Oh, right. Outpath is our thing. But we want raw path 1 dot dot. Otherwise, we basically want to path join at this point. I think alternatively basically want to path join the page path, which we know. Page path. Like this. And that's going to be our out path. And everything else is the same. I actually expected this to be much worse. But yeah, this is kind of it, honestly. Can we Zine release? We can Zine release. And if we look at public, yeah, index.xml is at the right place. We did it. Did not want to do this. I wanted to do Zine serve. Here we go. We did this. Did it. Okay, I guess I'm gonna scroll it back down. So we have support for relative paths in alternatives, and it works. We insert them correctly. We install them correctly. We correctly generate relative links. What if it was a absolute link? I'm just not convinced that the link generation is correct, although it seems that it is. Did I really get it right in there and just not anywhere else? I guess this is in render HTML. No, it's not here. Is it an asset? So that's one place where we do this stuff. Although we're not linking to it that way. Render HTML certainly has some of this stuff. Or no, it's in worker page, analyze page. When we analyze the page, we analyze the content. When we analyze the content, we find a link to self-page alternative. And we resolve it. We put resolved alt in there. So where do we use resolved alt? In render. Do we not? Oh, but we call it resolved alt. Okay, so it's self page. We just write that. Right, so we make a relative link. I'm not sure if that is correct, though. No, this needs to be more complicated in certain cases because I guess it depends. We might want to print a link prefix depending on whether on the rendering context. So it needs to be this. And then if it is relative, it needs to be relative to the current path. No, man, I'm oversimplifying it here and also here. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. For now, it's fine. Okay, so now that we fixed this, what do we want to do? So we have the RSS feed for blog. I removed this stuff from the front page. I think the about devlogs part should go into devlog. So I think that we completed the blog. The blog has its RSS feed. It has a list of posts. Every post has its own thing. I need to decide what to write in here. Let's do the devlog. Let's add a devlog. Okay. I mean, technically, this is an empty page. Technically, it's an empty page, but okay. Okay, we need to next give it like an archiving system because people will probably want an archive. Okay, let's see how we do this. How do we structure this on the Zig website? So the devlog link brings you to the current year devlog. While the devlog section is the archive. So I guess we kind of want this to be 1990. Mm, okay, I think that's how it is. Then we need a layout for this. Yeah, we're missing the vlog feed as HTML. I need to create it. I know. No. Oh my god, that go to definition is killing me. Um okay, LLM debug is faster than x86. I see. Yeah, that is not super surprising. I don't know what the plans are for performance when it comes to the debug backends. Obviously, some performance is preferable if you can have it. I guess it's a matter of how much it costs you to have to perform certain optimizations, right? So I guess optimizations that don't take a lot of computational time are on the table. They just need to get implemented if they're not too complicated. And then, yeah, that's kind of how it is. So, and that said, I don't know if, the custom backend will be comparable to LVM. Technically, LVM also takes a long time to build, even in debug mode. So all that extra time is like, I'm at least I'm hoping that they're spending. I'm guessing that they're spending it doing this kind of stuff that gives them better performance. Because otherwise, Jesus. So I don't know. I guess my point is that if you assume that LVM is performing optimally, which might not be, but let's assume that it is. If that's the case, then no, we will not be able to be as fast as them because we want our debug builds to be faster than what you get with LVM debug builds. Chances are that LLVM is not making optimal use of that time. So we can have probably faster debug builds that also run faster than what they do currently, but it requires more work to be done. But exactly where these things, what the limits of these things are, I'm not sure. So what are we missing? We're missing a block. Okay, now we're happy. Now we can go into the devlog and see the entries. Oh, we also ported over this stuff. Yeah, we don't have an RSS feed yet. Okay, so let's go into the layout. See if we can print more content sections. I think this is gonna be a good time to improve our devlog tech. Page content sections. Do we have the ability to slice? Can we slice? We can slice. Can we do content section of slice 1? We can. It needs an ID, right? Yeah. Okay, I think we need to make this better. Also, we need the prefers color scheme dark be the default. Okay. I need to fix all this stuff. Is the Zig language reference using Zine now? No. The Zig website is in as a whole, but the language reference is not. It's more custom made. So I'm gonna uh, BFK for 15 minutes to eat lunch. You know what? Let's do 20. I'll be back in a bit. I'm back. Okay, so what were we doing? We were trying to structure the devlog in a reasonable manner. There we go. Okay. It's a change. I don't see what a change is. Let's remove it. Okay, class feed. Maybe we should put this explanation inside of an entry. Hello, we're making some progress. Hmm. Oh, right. The reason why we went for giving everything a year right off the bat. The reason why we did that is because we want to keep these links stable. So let's talk about the mechanics. In theory, this last part could be made better, but oh well. What switches do you have that clock? Yeah, you like it, huh? Well, Truth is, it's software. It's not a real clock. Since each entry also needs a date, we as the entry ID. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we do it like this. Then what else do we need? Let's get we're rotating a devlog. Move this page to. Well, no, we don't move to anything. Just make a new one. Okay. I think this is also a good opportunity to really improve the tech behind devlogs. So let me think, why are we not doing this in index? We could definitely do this in index. The problem is that it wouldn't work for a given year. But we could say that. So I think we can improve the logic compared to what we did in the past. Okay, let's go do this. Base. In base, we don't link to the devlog section, but we do sub pages. Do we have like first? Yes, we have first. Yes, we have first. Give me first. First question mark or last question mark. That would be first in our case. Okay, let's put it in an if. Yes, it now has disappeared because we don't have anything in there. What do I say in my devlog? Do we have parent? I don't think we have parent. Unknown alternative. Oh, that's true. We haven't added the RSS feed yet. Of course. Oh, we crashed? We have an assert. Oh, we didn't get rid of it? What? Analyze content. Oh, it's fine. Okay, now we have this error. This spam is annoying because it pushes my error up. Okay, is inbuilt error. What does it say? Text, loop IT heading. Section about has no heading. True. No. There we go. Let's remove this spam. Serve. Okay, now we link wrong to the RSS. What does Linkline say about the devlog? Okay, there's like too many pieces moving around at the same time. God damn it. Let's change the wording a little bit. Devlog. Okay, I'm starting to understand how things need to be done. Okay, so here we have good Devlog. You know what? I think it's time to uh, rotate our music a little bit. I'm gonna say in this genre still, but let's rotate a little bit. Just a slight rotation, huh? Oh, this is delightful now. Because now this is not based on page content sections. This is based on page sub pages. Okay, that should be right now. What's the problem, dude? About. Where do you see about? Oh, in. Well, I mean, Devlog archive. You crashed. Okay, what happened? Attempt to use null value. Meta AST, well, loop, run internal. Oh no. Page.zig. Wait, where? 1598. Yeah, this is not meta. 82 USD, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. We are doing a static site generator, a old school-ish, old school, but also modern, if that makes sense. We're doing a static site generator called Zine, and I'm preparing the sample website that you see when you run Zine init, and I'm trying to make it cool. So here we're doing, yeah, meta AST, but that's wrong. That's parse AST, right? There we go. The fuck am I writing? I'm not in Markdown. What if we did the inverse? No, you know what? Let's leave it as that. Don't slice shit. Field not found. Ah, link. Okay, I would say the devlog is in good shape. We're just failing at linking the RSS feed, which is stressing one thing, the one feature that we're missing. But this is good. Let's see how is the general feel. This is pretty good. I like this. Okay, let's fix this stupid RSS link. This drives me nuts, the fact that I haven't fixed this yet. But linking assets is, man, such an annoying problem. Okay. Hello, Chicken Winjo. I am doing well, thank you. So, since you just turned on, well, since you just started paying attention, let me tell you what I'm doing briefly, very briefly. For you and for other people who have joined the raid. I mean, I said this already, but in case people weren't paying attention, we are writing a static site generator, and I'm implementing the default website that you get when you run, Zine init. Zine is the name of the static site generator, and it has a init command. So you call Zine init, and it should generate a website for you. And so I'm trying to make it nice and to make it showcase features that the static site generator has. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing basically. Okay, so this is all good. I think that once I fix linking to these things, we will be pretty much done. Never heard of Zig, but sounds cool. I'm just a noob in coding. Oh, you just started. Interesting. Well, I would say Zig is a programming language. It's probably kind of complicated if you're just getting started. Yeah. Zine, the static site generator, it's let me put it this way. Setting aside Zine specifically, I would say do take a look at static site generators. They are a nice way of getting a blog going. And if you're learning how to code, having a personal blog where you talk about the things that you learn is not a bad idea. It can be good for you, like as a general way of practicing writing, but it can also be decent, even like from a job seeking perspective. I mean, it's not like you write a blog and then job offers will fly to you. But at the same time, it's a way of differentiating yourself from other people, and it can be something that makes a difference occasionally. Let's just put it that way. Okay, let's fix this stupid link generation stuff. So I thought I could avoid fixing it, but no, I have to fix it even for this thing. So we go in render. We go render HTML, and we make this bad boy a bit more complicated. So a self-page link, especially when posted away, requires this prefix. So this is the page that we were putting link into. We write the link prefix, but then we can't just print the alt. If if it's relative, we need to print also the page path. And I think the same will have to happen here. Same down here, we'll have to do the same. So what do? I was curious if you ever touched Unreal Engine, or what do you think of it? No, I have never touched Unreal Engine. What I can tell you is that it's a big piece of software designed for AAA game development, which is in some ways it's a weird subgenre of enterprise software development. So I would say that tool is meant to be the opposite in some ways, in many ways, the opposite of what you would want to have, what you would want to use as an indie developer. So like if you're asking this question because you want to try to do some game development yourself as a new person, so you're trying to gain some experience, I would say avoid the Unreal Engine. Go look into things more like Godot, for example, or maybe Unity. I would honestly prioritize Godot over Unity. But the point is, Unreal Engine specifically is like it works on the assumption that you have like teams of people working on a game, because that's the reality of AAA game development. You have artists, you have you have basically a bunch of overhead and like complexity that is there to orchestrate a gigantic project, which you're not gonna create if you're alone. So my recommendation is look into smaller things, and because that's how that will allow you to iterate much faster, learn things much faster than going directly into Unreal Engine. Oh, this is the other variant ID. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, okay, so you already okay, so that's where you're coming from. Okay, that makes more sense. From what I see nowadays, it's even more of a full tool for factory-like producing of games rather than your own vision. I see. So path is page scan, empty path. This is interesting. We never needed this. Oh no, we do have this. But this isn't really a path name. This is wrong. We just want to format the path. This training slash stuff is driving me insane. It's so dumb. You know what? I think it's time to nuke it. Oh, but the training slash can also avoid printing anything if it's empty. Wait, that's actually useful. Never mind. Because we don't want to print this unconditionally. Yeah, that's the point. Oh, now I get it. Now I get why I did that thing. Okay, so we want to print that. And then we want to print... Oh shit, I think that this path contains the entire path. Oh. Wait, can we just do this? Hey Jim, I think we might be able to just do this. Let's see. It works. In a couple hours. That early. Really? I mean, I know that he was going to stream this. I expected him to do that later. That's cool. So, 9 a.m. Pacific. I see. Well, that's nice. Usually, he doesn't want to wake up that early for ZSF meetings. God damn it. Okay, here we're kind of done. We have the RSS feed. Wait, let's make the okay. Let's look at our layouts. Yeah, we need to change a few things, huh? Okay, so this is correct now. Let's see if we are generating it correctly. Blog, RSS feed. Welcome to Zine. Yeah, Zine Ziggy is yeah, this is a temporary one, so it's fine that it says this for now. This is not going to be output, so this is all going to be good, I think. Then the devlog. Oh, interesting. We can't do site host URL, can we? It's more complicated. Wait, what does link want? It's a link to the RSS feed or to the website? Channel link? Yes. Oh, wait, can you have multiple channels? It doesn't say if you can have multiple channels or not. God, I hate these specs. I hate them. Who wrote this shit? God damn it. Okay, the website associated with. Um so the base URL is fine. I think this is better. Everything else can be different. Okay. Okay. This is delightful. Honestly, this is pretty delightful as is. Okay, let's update the index because we're kind of lying right now. Index SMD 1990 and 1989. Okay, I think this is almost done. The only real thing that we're missing is we have the devlog. Everything makes sense in it. Devlog archive, RSS feed, devlog archive older page. It works. Fine. I'll leave it as is. Okay. Maybe in about we want to add a section and then or either about or in or the homepage. In about we talk about these language thingies, so maybe we should in about we should put one example of doing things with your content sections. Maybe. Nah, you know what? I think it's fine. I would say that at this point, the only thing that we need here is to complete the first post and clarify what we want to talk about here. And after that, we should be in good shape. Let's update maybe the code that does the install stuff. So init index about blog first post index. Well, we're missing blog index. blog index, first blog, first post, second post, and then devlog stuff. $19.89. Then we have we are missing some stuff in here. So we have index, we have page, we have blog as HTML, post, and then devlog, and then vlog feed. And then we have, I think RSS XML should be renamed in blog XML. So layouts, index, page, blog as HTML, then blog XML, devlog XML, devlog feed, and we're missing post. Okay, and finally, assets. Okay. Okay, let's try to. Okay, let's kill this listening server. Let's try to install this stuff somewhere. Supercool.com. Okay. Zine init. Content layouts. Assets. This guy should be created alongside the blog, content blog stuff, of course. This is wrong. Yeah, this is how first post should be. Yep. Second post. Okay. Let's see. Zine Ziggy. Index fanzine. Blah, blah, blah. Run Zine serve to create the Zine development server. Run Zine release to build your website in public. Run Zine help for more commands and options. Edit Zine.ziggy to change your website's main config. Read the documentation to learn more about Zine. Okay, Zine serve. Yeah, supercool.com. There we go. Hey, these are decent. These are all decent defaults. This selling is whack. What's going on? Why is that whack? We do use post HTML. So why does it not kick in here? I'm confused. I knew it. Where is it? Page, post. There we go. Okay, that was good. We did a lot of work. So basically, all I need to do to kind of close this feature is complete writing up the first post. That's it. Okay, this all seems good. I think maybe a section here about capabilities of these things a little bit would make sense. Although links are fine. Yeah. Yeah, maybe link to the Discord here, and that's it. Devlog. Okay, I'm happy. So, this was great. We solved this. We almost completed this. We can almost, man, we are so close. We need to do these two things here. And I think that after we're done with those two things, we might even be able to really just release this and make people, oh no, I know what I need to do. Also this. Polish the build Zig integration. We need to do that as well. But we're getting there. It's like we are so close. It's almost done. Oh yeah, it's almost done. Holy shit, is it almost done? This is gonna be pretty good. Okay, so you know what? I think I'm gonna stop here. Usually this is when I start streaming. I don't know. Uh, Give me a sec. I'll decide in a second. Okay, never mind. We continue. So, I don't want to write the blog post now because I don't know where to go, and I need time to do this offline. We can work on this Zig integration. We can look at the other to-dos. Basically, we knock out like a couple of these guys. Like do this. I'm gonna give it an X to this one. It's not done yet, but it's pretty much done. So we can polish the build.zig integration. We can implement task list rendering, and at that point we should be very close to done. Oh, you know what we need also? Also this. Auditing usage of that thing for Windows. No, what you're listening to right now is from another channel. Enjoy. So check this part here really reminds me of a Pokemon soundtrack, like some kind of battle soundtrack in Pokemon. Is it just me? This part. That part really reminds me of some kind of Pokemon song. Does anybody in chat remember which one? I think it's like some kind of like battle against wild Pokemon or something song, but I can't remember which Pokemon game had that. Super Meat Boy. You might be onto something. Well, I mean, certainly Meat Boy has some metal in it. Yeah. Maybe I'm thinking that it's from a Pokemon, but instead it's Meat Boy, Super Meat Boy. Well, it's fine. Okay, so let's do some of these things. Let's polish the build.zig integration, which right now it's complete ass, and it's time to make it real. So right now you call website. The only option that you can pass in is build assets. And so how should this work? Because I think it's interesting. How should website generation relate to the Zig build system? And how should that interact with the cache? Because on one hand, interacting with the cache is not a bad idea. On the other, interacting with the cache is kind of annoying because I guess there are three ways in which we can do this. which only one, and one of them is dumb. So one way is we reject build system integration. So we are given a output directory path, which is where we're going to put stuff, and that's it. And there's no control over it in any way. Or rather, sorry, there's no further integration with the build system. Another alternative way is that we accept, well, we basically output by default inside the cache. So we create like some kind of like output there or something like that, which is going to leave it in the cache, and it's going to put files in the cache. And then the user can decide where to install those, if to install those, or like do weird stuff with that. The upside is that obviously that gives them more flexibility. They can use the build system to, well, you know, they can use like logic in the build system to decide if to output, if not to output, where to output, etc. But here's the downside with that. There are two downsides. One is that if we just make this a command that has an output path, then the problem is that there's not going to be, since it doesn't have like input tracking. Well, since we don't, well, if we don't, I'm going to say, well, if you just add that thing as an output directory, then this build will depend on files that are not expressed in the build system as input files, and thus this thing will need to be marked as having side effects, which means that the build will run every single freaking time for no good reason. Alternatively, we could do extra work and we could say, you know what? Let's, in this phase in the build system, discover all files that will have an impact on the website and use that. But the problem is that that's a lot of overhead. And ultimately, there's this big problem. If we put this stuff in the cache, we blow up the cache. You don't want to put assets in the cache. You definitely do not want to put assets in the cache. So what I would say is install path, install subpath. Yeah, I would say it's beneficial. It's a good idea to not put this stuff in the cache. Yeah. So we don't put this stuff in the cache, and then we have to decide how do we express the install path. Should it just be public? Maybe you could put metadata about the assets into the cache. No, that's not really how this would work, because the way that's kind of not the point, because the idea is that you put it into the cache so that then users can decide when or to install it afterwards. And installing is literally like install facilities of the build system, not custom made install facilities that do further processing. We could use symlinks. So in theory, you could say use symlink the original assets in there, But even then, it's kind of sus. It doesn't work. Um, so I guess install path. What do we do with install path? Should we force it to be somewhere inside the install prefix? Maybe. And I think we should not make it void, but we should make it return something that isn't void. Not a error. Yeah. I saw it. I saw it, although I thought that you would get statically linked stuff regardless if you set the libc to be muscle. Um, I think I did it in the past, and I think I remember obtaining mostly statically linked executables. Although, you know what? I was mostly testing macOS, I think, and on macOS you can't, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so give me the options. We don't do add system command. Now we try to be more serious. So we need to get Zine itself back. I don't remember how you do this. Um, let's look at the current version of Zine because I simply don't remember anything. dependency from being. Is this it? Okay, we do like this. What's a zine? Okay. So we want to kind of give a step, which is going to be, I guess, the artifact run step, which is now a system command, but this is going to be artifact run step, run artifact. Yeah, add run artifact, which returns a run zine. Okay, zine dep. So we run artifact. Um, yeah, everything else can actually stay the same. It's not that different. Ah, that's cool. I think it's also a form of protection. Like the moment that you don't put no referrer, then that becomes a trackable quantity. And then you will have marketers track that quantity. And so once they track that quantity, they start optimizing over it. Not huge optimization. It's marketing people. They have no idea what optimization means. Uh, but they will try. They will try. Um, and so I think that that's one way in which Lobsters is basically trying to protect itself. Okay, so we run Zine, we pass in the right arguments, we pass dash dash install for build assets. I kind of wish that install was also the main. I flag that you could use normally, which I think is going to be once we move away from this system. Yeah, I think this is going to be the next thing that we do. I think we want to also get another artifact, which is going to be the asset writer. Uh, yeah, but well, the problem is it's the marketers. I think that really you just open the door to even more marketer abuse if you give them this info. Of course, yeah, as a user you would like to know that, but I think you can also make like educated guesses as a normal user. Like you can look at your like you know at your visit counter basically in your stat tracking thing that you're using, um, and you will know informally that the spike comes from sites of that kind. But yeah. No, but that's kind of the point. You don't want to encourage extra moderation work as a moderator. Like, yes, they would probably still get shut down, but they would also they like it's more work for you as a mod, and you don't want that. Like, you prefer that they leave you alone more than having to fight them. Like as a like when I have to moderate Zig News, it like I fucking hate that. You might only see some helps with that. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I think I put. We also put no referrer on links on the Zig front page. Like people pay us to put their logo on the front page, and we still give them the no referrer treatment. So for this to work, we also need to give it the ability to. We want to we want to be able to specify the Ziggy file and where the Ziggy file is and where the content is. The problem is that the Ziggy file specifies paths to the content that are relative. So I guess we're basically more than where the Ziggy file is, we say the base there. Website root. a comment on it. I knew it. These incentivize content marketers by not appearing to be a source of significant traffic, but do show refer a few times so that authors can find their way back. Huh. That's interesting. So it's more nuanced. They do send referrer if created at Ruby man Ruby moment. If created at exists and created at is lower than 1.hour. Oh man, this magic comparison stuff. And merged story ID is null. Okay, so if it's a new thing, but not new because like ignoring the fact that they could be messing around with entries and merge stuff together, if it's new and was left alone for 1 hour, they show the refer stuff. After that, they don't anymore. That is nuanced, more nuanced than what I expected. Cool. Well, not super nuanced, but some nuance there. Cool. Good luck. Okay, so this should be nice. Let's test if this works. So let's go to the Zig website and let's see how that works. So far, we're only specifying the build assets. By the way, do they also have a default value? They should have a default value. Yeah, everything has a default value, which is fine. Oh my god, what am I doing here? What is this thing? Optimize is a std built-in dot optimize. Fuck. Optimize mode. Lowercase built-in optimize mode. Okay, that makes more sense. So we're having an error. Invalid option these scopes. Oh, it's not scopes. It's scope. Oh, fuck, I already had it. Why am I so dumb? Okay, so that builds Zine. And that caused a failure. Unrecognizable command build asset. Oh, yeah. What now? The attribute access evaluate to string or content section slogan does not exist. Oh, I was messing around with it, wasn't I? Content. This just says content SMD. It doesn't say the path, which is not great, honestly. Oh, I bet you that this is the Italian one. That's what I was messing around. Yeah, that's the error that I left in there. Okay, now it works. And basically, we need to do the same for serve. But it is called serve. I'm not sure if that's how we should do it. Hmm. Can we do this? Yeah. It works. Let's see if changes are picked up. Yep, changes are picked up. So that works. I would say that's good as a starting point. Not loving it, not hating it either. There might be some improvements to be made. There's certainly some improvements to be made in the future with regards to stuff like watch, for example, I think. Yeah, no, that is without a doubt. That is without a doubt. Okay, so we kinda have done this. So I think we can save this. Wait, I haven't wired in all the options, have I? Website root is wired in, yes. Build assets is wired in. Install path is not wired in at all. So let's go in. So install, it's a release. It's output, right? Yes, it's the output settings. So it's the output settings. So the way it works is install path has to be, cannot be a lazy path. Is that okay? Yes, that's fine. Okay, so install full install path. So build has build root. No, it's not build root. Where's our install prefix? There we go. Okay, so this supports out, which means that now if we go here, we have public, we delete public, we 3 zig out, there's a bunch of stuff in it, Jesus Christ. There's documentation, there's download, and here's public with the new website. Okay, thinking that in our case, what we want here, we might actually want to have the installed path to be the empty path because we want this stuff directly in Zig out. Yeah, we want everything in there. We could default instead of public. We could default instead of the directly in there. I don't know. You know what? I think defaulting to the empty path is not a bad idea. Okay. So this is all seem great. I think we have done the build.zig integration with this. Wait, did I copy this stuff below also? Add reserve. Output is not a setting down here. I don't like this wording. I don't like this name. Mm. Yeah, fuck it. It's fine. Okay. Okay, I would say that with this we are done with that, and I think it's time to commit. Man, we have changes, huh? Every single time we have a ton of changes. Oh no, wait a second. I don't want to commit Zine init until we're done with that blog entry. Maybe we should just commit the changes to build.zig. And that's it. Also, we have, oh man, we also have a zone change. Yeah, we have a local zone even. God damn it. Okay, yeah, let's not do this. Let's instead, also this font size is kind of too small now. I guess we can go back to big font size. Make this big again. Uh, I would say let's switch music a little bit and let's tackle another one of these guys. Implement task list rendering. Maybe that's the next one that we do. Man, the Pokemon part. God damn it. I wish I could remember. Okay. What do we do now? We want to, so I'm gonna close maybe this stuff. Oh no, you know what? Let's continue. I think this is something that we might want to put in the init website. So in about, I think we should have a section dedicated to these two bad boys. Let's zine serve about. Let's have a section dedicated to super HTML and super MD. Hmm. Nah, you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think I want to do that. Let's just use this as a test bed. So, watch me break this website. Okay, expected worse. Why is this not working? Oh, I know why. No, you're joking. Wait a second. How do I break this? How does it work? How does this work? I was expecting this to blow up. Let's see. HTML. Custom block. HTML block. These should be unreachable. These guys should be unreachable, I think. But also, Common Mark does not, but Common Mark GFM does. And I don't think I have implemented it. Let's see. I've implemented strike through. I've implemented tables. And I was expecting to hit this panic to do. Show me. Smart GFM extensions. Let's go. Extensions. Man, GitHub is slow at loading. It's killing me. So we have autolink, but there's nothing you have to do for autolink in terms of rendering. Strike through table. Tag filter, we don't care. Task list. So are we not enabling the task list extension maybe? So we're looking at the render. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look like, right? Yeah, it even gets recognized by this guy. So why are we failing? That's a question for SuperMD, maybe. What's the default parser? It does have the task list extension enabled by default. So there's that. Why is it like not kicking in? Why is it not kicking in? I don't know. We need logging, I guess, maybe. That's this logging render. Hmm. Why am I not seeing any logging? Did I not restart this? Oh yeah, I should have restarted this, huh? Problem is we're spamming a fuck ton of things. God damn it. Yeah, so this is the problem of this approach. We have too many pages, basically. Let's bail out. Let's go into super cool. Let's go into content. Remove about. Remove blog and devlog. Don't link to anything else. Okay. So this is way less spammy. So it's going to be document enter, paragraph text, soft rate text, paragraph document exit. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's see. Document. List, item, paragraph, text, paragraph, item, text, paragraph, item. So it's just not functioning? What? The extension is just somehow not kicking in? How does that work? Why are people like this? It's also interesting because, wait, this is. Wait, do I have something different for rendering lists or something? Oh, you know what? This might be on me. We print li. No, we print li and then we enter. We don't do weird stuff. So what? What's going on, man? Is it a custom block? It's not a custom block because otherwise it would have panicked. Um, we have list item and then paragraph and then text. I would expect something after item, right? So even if we do weird stuff in paragraph, it doesn't matter. That is weird. That is really, really weird. The fact that we're not hitting this panic is insane. Else and T. Oh, wait a second. Is this why is this structure like this? Right, this is an else of the switch. Okay, and then we have if, else if, else if, else if. Okay, so this is all fine. What else is there other than task list? Any other extension that we haven't implemented? Autolink is fine. EXT scanners. I'm not sure that's oh, maybe that's something that I need to enable to make the other thing work. Jesus. Scan task list. Man, I hope that none of these things actually end up modifying anything, because if they do modify shit, then that's another UB flavor town that we're getting ourselves into. Like we even have task list related stuff. I don't know what's wrong. Task list is just not working. Hey Gimli, hello. Task list is just not working. And I don't know what's wrong with this silly parser. I don't know why it doesn't want to kick in. Although you know what? It might be me misusing this actually. I might be the one misusing this. Maybe the way this works. Oh, you know what? I think I get it. This doesn't create a new node type, maybe. Maybe. Maybe what this does is actually um, give you some change. Like this changes a task list item. Sorry, it changes like a list entry, maybe like a list item, maybe. Maybe. Get task list item checked, set task list item checked. But there's no way of asking if it's anything at all. Ah, I don't get it, man. This is so jank. Okay, you know what? Uh, no task list for now, I guess. That's it. It's not that important, to be honest. It's so weird that it doesn't show up here as another type of node, though. Windows auditing, not for the stream. I think we're looking into. I think it's now time for draft stuff and like model properly modeling how drafts are supposed to work. And I think that after we do this, we are in really, really good shape. Although what I'm thinking is maybe we should really finish the blog post so we can fully commit Zine in it and people can actually try it out at this point. Since we're pretty much done with that. Okay, let's improve about. Okay. So this is nice. Then I guess it's really just a matter of writing this blog post. Oh, you know what else? I want to put dates here. The fact that these things don't display dates is so annoying. So let's do that work. Okay, let's see. Page contains content section. Heading. If node type is different than heading, return error. Render plain text to the node. Yes. Heading question mark, same thing, just otherwise complain. Why is this not the same? Why is this different than this one? I think this should be the same though. Here we go. HTML. We need HTML no heading, basically. That's what we're missing, which I think is going to be annoying to get. Okay, yeah, now, good fucking luck to me, huh? The problem is that node is going to be the heading. So if I remember correctly, the problem is like start and stop definitions, right? If node start full page, if not full page, if not full page, we reset to be entering this thing, and we set this to being to entering that node. Otherwise, you just call it next. Well, okay. Then it's the exit condition that always messes with us. Where's the exit condition stuff? Ah, there we go. Node is section. If node get directive, if not full page and node is section, and this node is different than the start node, then we're done. This should actually work. This should work, should it not? This should work, actually. Let's try. So let's complain if, well, no. Something like this. if the node type is heading, is different than heading, I guess we want this to be a switch, maybe. Like sibling, it's a thing. No, I'm doing this. It's the inverse. God damn it. This is heading. Time to see if it's a thing. HTML no heading. I need to reboot this thing. It works. Holy shit, it works. Uh, do we have access to the content section ID somehow? Yeah, perfect. Mm, DD is really ugly. It's basically no, it's not href. It's ID is like this. Wait, no, the ID goes onto the heading, and then the href here goes to what itself, basically. So same thing, like this. Yeah, links to itself. I changed something of how this stuff works. Something got changed because it doesn't trigger anymore. Oh, the ID was not in the H2. The ID is in a div. Is it not? Yeah, it's something that needs to encompass both these guys. Yeah, there we go. And now we can do the unthinkable. Maybe span is fine. The unthinkable. $sign. Loop it.id dot to date. I don't think that to date exists, but we parse it to date. Well, let's leave it as is for now so that you can see. Now you can see that everything has a date. Feed div h1. Those were h1s? No, I think we should give them h2s. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, now it's kicking in. Now there's even a date. We just need to make the date nice. I don't think we have something that allows us to take a string and turn it into a date. But I might be wrong. Let's see. Len contains ends with equal base name suffix prefix fmt add path syntax highlight parse int parse date. Holy shit, we have it. Holy shit, we have it. Holy shit, we have it. We have it. It works. It works. We have the devlog with also dates. We have the devlog that also shows dates. There's a bunch of tech that we developed for this demo that we need to upstream to the Zig website because the Zig website doesn't know how to do this stuff so cleanly yet. Jesus, I did not expect this to be possible, but we figured it out. Holy cow, this is delightful. Like the way this looks, I like it. I mean, it's not perfect. I'm sure if somebody puts in some effort, they can make it even nicer. But I love it. This is delightful. This is really delightful. Okay, we have almost everything. The only thing that's missing is a description. Okay, in the devlog, description contains everything. That's awesome. In the blog post, description does not contain there's no description in the blog. Let's add that. Oh, we crashed. We crashed. Error accessing file invalid argument. Invalid argument. Oh, I know what this is. This is on me. We are error reporting, like we are erroring in weird ways here. 735 no. Yeah, we try to respond. We always try to respond, right? And when it's a fatal file. But we don't want to try respond. Um this is how we want to handle this. Okay, no more erroring out at random when responding to a connection that isn't there anymore. Okay, now it complains. This says the site can't be reached. But technically I have started this. Oh, it's this guy that's like going insane. Okay, I think it's my browser that's like ass. Okay, so yeah, it's not HTML, it's content. There we go. Blog, RSS feed. Yeah, check this out. Okay, we have everything. All the fancy shit, we have it. Name it, we have it. The fanciest stuff, everything, we have it. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Nice. Okay, it's either writing a blog post or doing drafts at this point. I think I'm gonna get a cup of tea. Also, you know what we need to do? So before Andrew wakes up, we should fix Bork for him because Bork was not fixed for him the last time that he tried to use it, and we might want to fix Bork for Andrew. So let's do this. Bork AFK, 5 minutes. He then fix Bork for Andrew. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's unbork bork. Is there anything else I want to do in here? I mean, man, if I only could finish quickly this blog post, it's just that I don't feel like I can do that super easily or have the energy. Like I need to restructure some of this stuff. This is so nice. I'm really happy with this. Okay. Okay. Let's take a break from Zine and let's bork now for a bit. I'm gonna go here. Pull up to date. Zig build. And everything is all in Bork. No, this stays a string. We need to update all the dependencies, I think. So leave axis, I think leave axis can be updated probably like this, and it's fine. Now we probably want two terminals. Okay, these then known folders. Then Zite. Known folders became with underscores, so we need to delete this guy here. And Zite. You need to upgrade probably Ziggy as well. Oh god, we need to update clap. Well, we'll see how that goes. We have this WebSocket.zig thing. I hope that it hasn't changed. ZG. I think that's it. So everything seems up to date. Oh god, except WebSocket. This is still... Uh-oh. I fear the worst with WebSocket. What am I doing? Zig build. No fucking way. What? No fucking way. With Zig build. That was it? Okay. Your branch and origin master has diverged. You have 1 and 4 different commits each respectively. I have an init YouTube support that I never pushed, I guess. And of course, auto merge would fail. Oh my god, everything is fucking conflicting. I hate Git. Did I say that I hate Git? I hate Git. So here's how we do it. There is nothing to conflict on. There is literally nothing that we should conflict on. So I think we need to basically make master branch baxes, and that's it. Like we literally replace the history of one with the other. How do we do this? This is driving me nuts. Let's ask Claude. Let's see. I have a branch that I want to make the new master branch in Git. Surely nothing bad can happen, right? If you do this. I can rebase. No, rebasing. Wait. And I rebase. Your new master branch master. Yeah, I think I want this. Okay, let's git merge abort. Fuck it. Goodbye. Um, Somehow I don't think that this worked. Did this do the opposite? Did this do the exact opposite? God damn it. I got memed. It's from two. I got memed by the AI. Oh no. Um how can I now no, it's not lost. You always have this stuff in the ref log, so it's fine. How do I how do I now um so is this the new head commit? You think that I can do this from here? Honestly, I don't even want to rebase, bro. How do I pull but lose my changes here because I don't care about them? Um, mm, yeah. Is there? Can I rebase abort? Okay. Now watch nothing build. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry, just restarting Bork. To be sure. Okay, I think we're good. There we go. Okay, success, I guess. Let's see what's the state on GitHub. Yeah, update to Zig 014. Oh no, there's a Bork okay they want to delete. There's another command for removing files from history. It's not really sensitive data. I just want to nuke it. No, because Git. I think that dude is there for more than one commit. I know there's like external tools. I don't remember which one is the good one. I think is it filter branch the good one? No, it's filter repo the good one. Um. Hmm. Invert paths. The fuck is invert path? Yeah, okay, I think, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. All right, and he wants a fresh clone. Okay. Now configure push destination. What do you mean? Mm-mm-mm-mm. You haven't set up this clone yet, but usually cloning your own repo, you can push to it right away. There's no origin. Oh my god. Is he just get remote? Well, I have no remotes. Okay, let's see how that goes. Yeah, that file is gone. Update to Z014. Some things have changed. Are these tags busted? These tags should not be busted, so we should be good. Did you just read the entire Git history? A chunk of it, yes. It removes a chunk of it, and it also removes, like, it properly cleans also. Well, I don't know exactly how it works, but you know that you might have commits that are unreferenced, right? It also removes those, so like it really cleans stuff out. I did that for Zine. At some point in Zine, if you saw my history, I had Tricitter in there because I had at some point I put the entirety of Tricitter in the repo and made it ginormous. So after a while, when I stopped vendoring it, I removed it from the history entirely to reduce the repo size. And yeah, this thing does the trick. Like if you just do amend, for example, it's not easy to clean something out completely, especially if you have like a bunch of commits. You start getting like stupid merge conflicts from Git that you shouldn't have, that kind of stuff. While this repo just obliterates the file and that's it. So okay, music build, perfect. So with this done, well, now we're good. I should stop saying main because it's actually master branch, whatever. Why can't I click here? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't click here. Clicking here scrolls me up. Who made this shit? Oh my god, GitHub. Okay. So Bork is back in business. Um, we still have one bug. So if there's a comment that is partially above, look, the clicking index is out of whack. We do wrong math there. Should we fix this? This is just an annoying thing. I also saw Bork crash actually a couple of times, but I don't know why. I guess we just want to be able to survive Andrew's stream with Bork. Look at this awful off by one error up here. I can't. I'm clicking, by the way. I'm constantly clicking. So, man, math, huh? So hard. I don't even remember how Bork works. So there's display. Do we use display or display one? Here's display. Oh no, we use display with a lowercase d. This is display with a lowercase d. And here we have display with an uppercase d. No change. Hopefully. What does it look like here? No, it's uppercase here in this commit. Oh my god. Why are computers like this? macOS. God damn it, man. God damn it. How do I make this thing realize that I made a change? No, it's not in git ignore. It's because I have a case insensitive file system. Yes, it's because it's because I have an insensitive OS. This OS is not sensitive enough. It's in. Oh man, like I can show you. Oh, we had a Zine here running. Okay. Watch the Zig build fail. Also, this is an old Bork. Oh my god, man. So who imports these guys? Not this guy. This guy does. Wait a second. They both have uppercase name. Where do they have a lowercase name? What? Oh, they have a lowercase name on disk, I guess. No, you do instance it. And somewhere we reference to that thing in lowercase. Oh, that was it. Let's see if it works. People say something. Thank you. Untracked files, forks. I have a Zig cache directory in here. Cannot run in Vim. Man, it's been a while, huh? Bunch of things have changed. So rename. New file display.zig? Not really. What about uppercase D? Oh well, I guess I'm actually confused. Wait a second. Okay. Oh, I didn't. I guess I ended up not. Oh, okay. I see. I ended up not changing these things. Okay. Woo, we should be good. Why does this fucking thing keep popping up no matter where I am? It's like it's never right, and it eats my clicks. Like it just can't go. It just cannot let go of that thing. I think that this browser is going insane. Like GitHub is certainly not helping, but I also think that this browser is going insane. Okay. So we should be back in business. Same happens on Firefox. I see. Well, that should point at the Microsoft website. Let's not forget that GitHub is a Microsoft product now. Has been for a while, so it's like anything that the GitHub might have been in the past, it certainly is not anymore. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so display. So handle clicks. Basically, I don't know. It's not handle clicks. It's when we create the click thing. Man, I have too much stupid math in here. So when I'm rendering a message, I guess we have to look at how we render a message, basically. Messages one by one. We have to decide the heading style. The heading style is it changes depending on who sent the previous message. So normally the heading is the nickname. But if you send two messages in a row, then the heading for this message is like nothing. And that's what the heading style says. Nick arrows time. So there's nick, which is what you have for this message here. Then there's time, which is what is for this message. And then there's arrows, which is what for this message. The difference between time and arrow is that if the second message comes at a different minute than the previous message, then we reprint the time again. If instead it comes in the same minute, then we put double arrows, which is like to say, this is like a continuation of this thing, but not a lot of time has passed. Obviously, it's imprecise because I guess you could say, since it's a measure of like oldness, you could argue that, this was sent at 2059 and this gets sent at 2101, then, I mean, not a lot of time has passed, but in any case, it's fine as is. So this is the heading style that decides that. Then we do render the message, and that returns an info. Render info tells us how many rows we ended up writing. This is the important part. So we know how many rows we wrote, and we say, if the scroll offset is greater or equal than the number of rows that we wrote, I don't remember what the scroll offset is precisely. It has to do with the scroll, yes. I think it should be 0 normally. So let's do the case where scroll offset is 0. So not here, not in here. Scroll offset negative than 0. What? What? It's signed? I don't know why we allow this to be negative, but oh, I think I get it. Maybe. You know what? That's not going to be the case either, though, because we are squarely in the scroll offset is 0 case when we're doing this, when we are encountering this bug here. So, message rows. If message rows plus 1 is greater or equal than row, or when message rows plus 1 is lower than row. What's row? Size of the rows. Right. So basically we're saying if also message rows this is so cursed. What the heck did I mean here? We look at the bytes, we find new lines in there. We skip, oh, right. So this is like a partial render. We're saying, okay, what we're saying here is if the message that we want to render, so we are about to render the message, but if the message turns out to be do not have enough space, so I'm guessing the row, we do apply set effects to row, right? We decrease, row is a var and we decrease it. Yeah, it's a var and we keep decreasing it. As we print, we consume it basically. Okay, so we're saying if it's too big, then we split it and we skip it, and we also we skip message rows plus 2. And we do a subtraction. Why is this saturating? I think I made all subtraction saturating just as a precaution at some point where I was having problems. But like, if this is like this, then this cannot underflow, man. In any case, this is how much we skip. Then we move the cursor to 2, 1. Which I guess it's here. And we write the remainder of the message. And then we say from elements from 0 to message rows minus saturating subtraction. Jesus. Skip plus 1. Elements row plus this index means this message. I kind of feel like that this math shouldn't be this complicated. I feel like that I overcomplicated something that didn't need to be this complicated. let's look at the happy case. The happy case is everything prints. And so we do row minus message rows, which, by the way, in the worst case, this is equal to row. Also, why am I doing +1 greater than or equal? Why am I not doing... no, actually, never mind. It's so weird, though. What was I smoking? So in the happy case, we subtract. The saturating subtraction protection really is not necessary. And then we say, move to that row, print all the bytes, right? So basically, row starts... Wait, subtraction moves us up? Is that how it works? Yes, because this is 1, 1. This is 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2. So we say row, let's say the row is here. We want to print this guy. So we move up by the length, by the size of the in rows of this message. And we print it. Yeah. If the heading style is Nick and the message kind is chat, then we set this row right. We set this row to be the login name row. Otherwise, we set it to message. Right. And then from 0 to message rows minus saturating subtraction 1, elements at position row +1 plus index is a message. But in any case, we know that this is I don't know, fine maybe, but this is not the curve bit. The curve bit is clearly in here. Either we enter here when we shouldn't, or we do enter here, but then we do something whack. I think that this math is whack. So let's see. Elements is an array where I believe 0 is elements is set to the number of rows +1 because we do natural indexing. So like index 0 is basically not used. So poof. What we say is starting from the row oh, wait a second. Why am I not applying a side effect to row? Why am I decreasing row here? But here I'm not decreasing row. Why am I not decreasing row here? Here row should be set to 2 at this point. Why am I not setting row to 2, for example? So the skip I think is fine. The move cursor is fine. The write all is fine. I just think that this is whack. Road needs to be set to 2. Let's see what happens. Okay, anybody want to help me test this stuff out? We need a bunch of messages. Thank you. So far, so good. Okay, oops. Oh, so we almost did it. So this is now clicking correctly, but this is somehow belonging to the above. I don't think we want to do the +1. Okay, let's see. I think we might be good. Okay, one last test. I'm gonna shorten this. We did it, Reddit. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We did it. Yeah, sorry, it's 2 more because of the nickname. We're good. There we go. We unborked Bork. Nice. I hope that this makes Andrew happy. Oh, Jesus. I just received the Discord update. Oh, no. Not on this computer, though. On my other computer, I did. There we go. Delightful. Customize your app. I don't know, man. Compact. Default. Spacious. Spacious. Do we want it compact or spacious? I don't know, dude. Spacious or compact? You know what? I'll go with spacious. But compact, yeah, compact is nice. Spacious, compact, spacious, super dark, more dark, less dark. Oh! Why is this text so low contrast though? Like why they should make this text a little bit more, visible even if you're not highlighting it. Like this zine full bright white, it's like exploding in my eyes. And then I don't know, maybe it's my monitor that is a bit weird. But otherwise, okay. So let's restore Bork to its normal size. Okay. Okay, I think we did a good job here. Oh man, this feels so good not to have this problem here anymore. To be able to click stuff again. Nice. Nice. Okay, let me message Andrew to make sure I don't forget. Okay. I think this is it for me. We did good. This is nice. This was a good session. We did a ton of progress with Zine. We did some progress with Bork, surprisingly. Hopefully Andrew can enjoy that. So yell at him if he doesn't use Bork. And yeah, that was it pretty much for me today. So yeah. Tomorrow, so here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna be AFK for the rest of the day, but at some point I will close that blog post that I need to write in order to complete Zine in it. I will push these changes, make a commit so that people can use this stuff, and at that point, it's really just pretty much these two things. These are the two big things that I know needs to be fixed. Especially this one will require some work, but after these two are done, we kind of are there for making a new release pretty much. At that point, the only thing that I think I want to do before I release, I think it's going to be improve the reference documentation on the official Zine website, because we want to have a like sidebar navigation in the reference, which I think we can add. It shouldn't be hard. I think we can add it. Shouldn't be hard. Should be nice. Should be a nice experience. And maybe we can even add a table of contents in the other documentation pages so that people can navigate those things more easily. Because right now, I think they do a decent job at explaining stuff, but the fact that there is no table of contents makes it harder for people to reference stuff, because they know if they did a good job at reading, they know that they read some information. But then if they don't remember where it was, then finding it is not going to be immediately easy, because there's no quick way of jumping around. And the reason why originally these layouts didn't have a sidebar was partially because I would have had to work more on the layout, and I was kind of getting burned out because like I did a lot of layouting design work and I didn't want to do more. But more importantly, it required a sophisticated it required working table of content stuff, which I didn't have, but now I do have. So I think we should be in good shape. So we publish that, push out new Zine, move the Zig website to it, improve the Zig website devlog. We can finally, people have been asking for dates in the devlog forever, and we can finally do that because now we have the tech. Now we have the technology. Yeah. And then, I don't know, and then I can start doing something else, I think. Or rather, like, I don't want to abandon Zine, but like I can take a break from it, relax for a bit, fix bugs as people report bugs. And then we can do other stuff, like, for example, check out what I got. I got a pipe for the Z compiler detective agency streams. So I also got a hat. I haven't received it yet, but we're gonna dress up with Devlog. So we're gonna be, we're supposed to be detectives. We're gonna be detectives. Should be nice. Yeah, he's the British one, so technically he's more Sherlock Holmes than me in some ways. But yeah, I'll do the sidekick. It's fine. And so with this, it's time for me to end the stream. Let's see if there's anybody that wants to be rated. Maybe there was that was yesterday. Okay. How's this section doing? C++. Should we rate a C++ developer? I don't think we should. No C++. You know what? Maybe I'll just be lazy. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just be lazy. Thank you all.